Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, July the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. And yeah, there's a couple of things that are happening now. I don't understand why. I've got to do one other thing. I'm getting a feedback and I have to shut down a window. And also it appears that when I start, I lose the screen sharing right at the beginning. Anyway, you've got the screen sharing back, so that's cool. So we've got some, somebody's going to have to explain to me about Kodak. I obviously don't know what they do anymore. I mean, I know during the crypto craze, they turned into a crypto play. I get that. The news on them, $765 million funding, but it's to do with Defense Protection Act to manufacture drugs to treat a variety of conditions. This is the new Kodak. Anyway, unbelievable move. Remember seeing it yesterday. Didn't think very much of it. It got into the 200-day moving average. You saw, I mean that is yesterday. Look at the volume that came in, and now look at this gap. Unbelievable. I have no idea. I have no idea how they've transformed themselves. Another one that is just, to me, incredible, and we didn't actually have it as an earnings play, but I don't know if they've announced way early or not, but we did not have it as an earnings play. But Fran released earnings. I mean, look at this move for Fran. And another one that's kind of strange to me, TCOM, looks like they're going to delist themselves voluntarily, kind of voluntarily from NASDAQ. This is one of those China stocks coming under maybe, quote unquote, some scrutiny. So they're going to, looks like they're going to delist themselves. So why not pop 11%? Give me a moment here, please. All right, meds. This could be an interesting one. This is a small, fairly small one. Meds. Volume is starting to pick up. It's an earnings play. Look at the gap though on the daily chart. I mean, it's got a ton of room if it wants to keep going, and that is MEDS. SNGX. I'm sorry, I had the N and the G juxtaposed, so it's N and it's SNGX. And nice little gap up. It is a virus play, so coming into 3, right that area right there. So I guess if it can take out that area, it might have a little run. It's a low float, 25 million in the float. SIPI, SPPI, not a virus play. It's a cancer drug, I think, lung cancer, something to do with lung cancer. Here's a big gap up, and look at that, right through the 200-day moving average. That's SPPI, and it's a pretty big float, 113 million in the float, but that is a big gap up, guys, and you know, right through that 200-day moving average, and that's SPPI. Pfizer, PFE, is an earnings play. Nice gap up for Pfizer. A little more expensive. SOHU, Sohu, is a continuation play. Big day yesterday, continuation now, SOHU. I would think that this is, well, it still has a ways to go, but 2079 or so is a lot of resistance, but it's only at 1760, so that's far enough away. COWN is an earnings play, a big gap up for COWN. Not very much volume yet. I think they did release pre-market, so it's surprising there's not that much volume yet. But look at the breakout now. Look at that monthly chart. Look at it. It is broken free now. COWN. Obviously, we need the volume, which will pick up. It is an earnings play, so it'll definitely pick up. Fairly low float, 25 million in the float, and that's for COWN. AMKR, they did release after hours. I wasn't going to hold this after hours. Of course, if I had, it would have been nice, but I just don't do that. But AMKR released after hours earnings, and obviously a nice breakout now again. The high rate there is 1526, so it's right at that high. Let's back this out on the monthly chart to see what we've got. There's really no resistance for this one. I'm going back to 2011. There's really no resistance for AMKR, and it's an earnings play. So easily could have a second day continuation if this gap holds. MNOV, big star from yesterday. Notice it's starting to fall. It's starting to come back a little bit. It's down 17%, but it is trying to come back. MNOV. So these guys had a financing yesterday. WIMI had a financing yesterday. The financing price, I believe, was $8.18 a share, 7.5 million shares. And they released earnings today. So they've had a little gap up, just a little one. It was quite a bit better when it was up at 760. So a little bit of a gap up for WIMI on earnings, but still they did their refinancing yesterday at 818. So it's underneath that financing price. Covalt, CVLT. CVLT is another Comvault, sorry. It's another earnings play. Big gap up. Take a look at right through the 200-day moving average. Has room. CVLT. And I think just need a confirmation. I think this is though it's not up that well, it's up a lot, but they did a 1-for-40 reverse split. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it was effective yesterday or it's effective today. I couldn't quite see that news. And that's for the SQBG. And now I can't see that news at all. I'm pretty sure, I'm positive I read something about that, a 1-for-40 reverse split. But it might have been effective yesterday. Yeah, the Creator of the Week, actually, I don't think it counts. It did trigger after hours yesterday. But I believe, for it to be an official trade of the week, it still has to during normal market hours. If you're asking me, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, in terms of playing a Holly conservative, I don't really play it. I don't really look at it like that. Boxel also, BOXL, had a nice gap up. Let's see, is it holding? Not really. A little bit holding. Anyway, I think they had a 1-year extension in Atlanta, contract extension in Atlanta. They're a learning company, online, I suppose, BOXL. Low float, 23 million in the float. Of course, this has a lot of activity in the past. I don't think you can know conservative or moderate until the market opens, Rich. I mean, every day can be different. All right, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. So it was effective yesterday. Okay, so thank you, right. I thought so, because I couldn't see that it was today, and had it been effective today, we would have seen a much, much, much larger percentage increase. So it's actually up a little bit. SQBG. Actually, it's up quite a bit, 21%. I don't see any specific news on it today. Well, you have to go in at a price. Are you talking about in the pre-market? You have to go in at a price, not market. And otherwise, in your strategies, you have to go in. What do I think on Arnet? I don't know. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average up there. I mean, that's far enough away. It's about $1 away. I really don't know what to think about it right now. There's no volume, so I really don't have any thoughts about it right now. Okay, let me just quickly go and check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades this morning. Very few of each. All right, not very many upgrades and not many downgrades. SONM, guys, is starting to move. SONM is starting to move. There you have it. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And what is SONM doing? SONM is probably ripping right there. Yeah, big rip. Look at the volume coming in. Cheap stock. 85 cents up to $1. Almost, well, not quite doubling. Let's see if I can see any news. So I don't know. I don't know if they actually released earnings here or on July the 22nd, but it looks like their preliminary second quarter 2020 results. Preliminary second quarter 2020 results, the revenue increase, etc., etc. So it's a preliminary results. Okay, so Rick in the YouTube feed. So if you're using an Apple, you have to use our web-based version or an emulator like Parallels. And when you say copy, you'd have to, if you want any of my, you'll have to come into the what I'll call the main trading room. I'll give you a link for it. Okay, you'd have to come. It's the only way I can really give you, if you're looking at scans that you see on my screen. Now, the other thing too, guys, is as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating version right there, these three windows, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's Watch List, okay? Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced. But again, it's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Well, I mean, there was a pop in Kodak at yesterday. I hadn't seen Kodak for a long time. There was a pop in Kodak yesterday. Wasn't that? I really didn't think much of it. There was a 200-day moving average. I thought it would stall it. It did. And then nothing after hours. So it's all this morning. Yeah, no, Rich, I understand you have an account with us, but if you do want like my scans, you'd have to come into the trading room and I can put the links in. This is what I'm talking about, you guys in YouTube. This is what I call the main trading room. A lot more traders in this room. Way easier for me to hand out links. And I suppose I should be mentioning Riot. Keep an eye on I've already moved too much. LAC. This is something that I was interested in yesterday. LAC. Um, big move yesterday. It's not a super low float. 54 million in the float. Where is what? Tank. Where is what? You're in it. So you don't have to worry. You're in it. So keep an eye on LAC. I mean, this is. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, I don't have a layout link. I have scans that I share, okay? Right there, if you click on the scans tab, all the scans that I'm sharing. I don't have like an overall layout link. Not everybody would want every one of these, so you kind of pick and choose what might look interesting to you. You can also access it from the Room Drive icon. If you click on that Room Drive icon and scans that I share, download, then it'll go to a Word document. All the links will be in a Word document. So you can take a look at them later on. The only scans that are not there are these, the watch list up and down. They can only be accessed from the channel bar, new, channel bar, and my watch list. Barry's watch list, okay? I get it that Kodak has maybe not been involved in cameras for a while, and I get it that in 2018, all of a sudden they became a big crypto play. But since when do they make drugs? It's crazy. Even Xerox is frisky this morning. Chemicals? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, Beat Nursery, I put the link in right underneath. Or as, if you guys remember, a old-time comedian, Gallagher. Chemicals. Look it up. So this SIPI is still, I mean, it's pulled back a little bit. It after hours yesterday got all the way up to 642. It's not a low float, but look at the gap up. I mean, this is a tremendous gap up, guys, and it's through that 200-day moving average. So let's see if it can, well, I mean, it's far enough away right now, but look at the room looking left on the weekly, monthly chart, daily chart. Yeah, who knows, Mimi? Reinventing themselves. I can't see Terra without thinking of Sons of Anarchy. Terra, T-A-R-A. That's another one. There's a big gap up for this one. Not that much volume. Look at the gap up though. T-A-R-A. R-I-P, yes. Good one, Jay. Big gap up. Yeah, stick an alert up here for this one. I have no idea. Let's see. Any news on them receives rare pediatric disease designation. Okay, so sometimes these sort of gaps don't hold. But you know, the other one yesterday, I don't think I saw it at all yesterday. I honestly don't think I saw this one at all. Fulgent Genetics. Look at the move it had. And it was on volume too. I don't think I really saw it. No, these are just analysts' opinions of stocks, Al. Okay, it's just something I get every morning. You know, take it for what it's worth. Sometimes you see a stock with multiple downgrades or upgrades, so it might be interesting to take a look at them. Sometimes if it's a Goldman upgrade or downgrade, it might be something to do to take a little bit more notice of. The last one that I can remember was when Goldman downgraded NIO. That had a horrible day that day. I think a lot of us shorted it. All right, I'm going to get rid of these two. I don't think so, Coog. I don't think so. I think it has to be normal hours because, you know, the average person that this goes out to does not, first of all, it's probably not sitting, it's not sitting in front of a computer all day long, wouldn't even know that that happened. So my opinion is no. All right, one moment, please. All right, what time is it now? 9:28, so about a minute and a half before the market opens. So far, Fran rejected. Well, it did get over 10, but actually, is Fran shortable? It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Trade of the week is, I don't know, a lot of people didn't get it, but it is First Solar, FSLR. It has not triggered. I think the trigger is, it's around 62.80 or so. And there's Terra. Sons of Anarchy. Terra. Just taking out those highs in the pre-market. So it is not triggered yet, officially. All right, we are going to open in less than 15 seconds now. So let's have a great trading day, everyone. And I typically sit out the first 15 minutes, let things settle down a little bit. Now we are open. That's a big, pretty big drop for Fran from 1043 down to 886. All right, Kodak, a little bit of a drop. Has come right back up. 979 looks like that's the high in pre-market and when the market opened for Kodak, KODK. No shorts also. Interesting. No shorts for Kodak nor Fran. That I necessarily would have wanted to short it. Look at it now. Look at Kodak now. Popping over 10. Crazy. Look at the volume. 35 million, 22 times normal right now. Yeah, I don't know how many shorts there are. I mean, I could not short it. I'm kind of glad I couldn't, but almost 10% of the float is short. It's a very low float, 18 million in the float. For a $10 stock, that's pretty low. All right, so SPPI is starting to fade just a little bit. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, just 1 second. I got to reset my Bluetooth or something. Just give me a second here. All right, yeah, CVLT. What an interesting look for that one. Earnings play, and big gap up here through that 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, Fran is just sinking. Too bad, no shorts available. That just looks so crazy for it to do this. All right, I will now look at that OCGN because I know it looks like, yeah, it's getting closer and closer to that one. I know people have been watching this one. A huge float for a under $1 stock, but no disputing the fact that it's had an unbelievable run from 20 cents to almost $1 now in what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. And big volume. Okay, we do have. Oh, okay, this one is on the way down. This was one that was halted several times yesterday. Rice, RYCE, and it is halted now on the way down. Not shortable for me. All right, so the market opened weekly. Dow's down, NAS is down too, and SPY. So all three are down. Another one that looked interesting was meds, but it is starting to fade a bit. And another one fading is AMKR. So we're seeing a lot of fades. Yeah, earnings play, VCRA, released after hours yesterday. Big gap, big break. Probably maybe coming into resistance right around that area, 3250. What did it do today? That's what it did today. In fact, it got right to this area in the monthly chart. Well, yeah, I said to watch, but it's fading. It's fading badly now. I mean, after hours, it got up to 648. It's dropped $2 now. I mean, you can watch it for a short. Fred from the YouTube feed. RVP, yeah, I mean, it has had just a tremendous, about 3 months, I guess, 2 to 3 months. Starting, well, right back here, April, so it's a little bit longer, 4 months. Whoa, now that looks more reasonable. I could not quite figure out why TCOM had the big pop. You know, based on their delisting news. Now this looks like it's more like reality. TCOM. Look at Fran. FMCI, guys, this is one from the AI yesterday that I really liked. It just didn't really do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it did. I think the trigger was 15. No, actually, it was 1439. So at the end of the day, it finally started to work. And that's a FMCI. Of course, it's one of those SPACs. And they're all to do with the tattooed chef. Looks like that merger, if it's going to happen, is going to happen in September. Well, I didn't think it was going private, Torps. I thought it was more getting a delisting off NASDAQ and then maybe looking for a listing in one of the China exchanges. Because from what I read anyway, I mean, more scrutiny, of course, with all these Chinese stocks and their accounting practices. But maybe I don't know, maybe they're in talks to go private also. Okay. Yeah, C-trip. I mean, they call it C-trip, don't they? Well, it used to be C-trip. Oh, look at that FMCI, guys. It is, I wish there weren't, to me, there's just a little bit too much resistance. So there's the HOG, HOG, which is an earnings play. 28th, yeah, so they released, didn't really see that much of it pre-market. So this got halted. Okay, so SQBG got halted. So I don't know if they had any news, but these guys are smart. You know, they did the reverse split, and then soon after they try to come up with some news to kind of juice the stock. And I don't see any news, but for whatever reason, people are not piling, and there's only 359,000 shares traded so far. Well, Hog's got a lot of room underneath. A lot of room underneath here for Hog. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I'm on the daily chart. Might be some support around 26. Takes that out. Oh, FMCI, guys, just some nice rippage now. Almost 16. Well, in fact, it is 16. Just be careful on this one, guys. I know it just opened, SQBG, a 1 for 40 reverse split. You know, so let's put it in perspective. That's like 20 cents a couple of days ago. Halted again, on the way up still. Surprised I don't see any news. Even if the news was, you know, fluff. I mean, that's what a lot of these guys, you know, they plan it, they do the reverse split, then within a week they release anything just to get the interest back. Look at FMCI, guys. Well, you know, again, if you believe in this merger with Tattooed Chef, it's happening in September. It's supposed to be happening in September. Okay, one moment, please. All right, this one just got halted. SYPR, okay, taking a while to come in here. Come on. So this one just got halted. Very little volume. But let's just see what happens to this volume. It's only 21,000 shares right now. Let's just see what happens to this volume. It is through the 200-day moving average. It's not a great looking monthly, weekly. You know, there's a lot of choppiness, a lot of potential pockets of resistance. But it'll be interesting to see what happens to the volume once it opens. Yeah, I mean, listen, this one, the high was 84 cents right there. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, this has got room. I'm gonna stick an alert just around a 103 for this one, OCGN. See if it takes out that one. If it takes out one, I mean, it still has a ton of room. Are the letters after the symbol the time period? You're talking about the numbers after the symbol? Not the letters, but the numbers? This is, these are the time: 5 minute, 15, day, week, and month. I guess these are letters, yes. Yeah, those are the time periods. All right, we're 15 minutes in, so nothing so far for my watch list. I want to make sure I do have the symbol list. Yeah. So if you want this, first remember I have a new symbol list name. So if you saved these windows from the last 2 weeks and you weren't in the room yesterday, but you're in today, the symbol list name has changed. Well, AMKR is really fading here. A high of 16, 18, 14.59. It was a nice play yesterday. Released earnings after hours. Nice pop, but is really starting to fade now, AMKR. Well, this is just continuing down here, AMKR. Okay, now Mets is back up. 792. So this is an earnings play. Look at the room it's got. So it had a sell-off to begin. Ah, boy, SQBG, crazy. Just resumed. Bausch, BHC. Oh, man, a choppy look. I mean, there are areas right there on that daily chart could block it, like 1923 high right there, 1930 right there. Gets through that though, and it's got some room maybe to the 20 level for the BHC. Wow. Well, let's take a look. The monthly high, looking left, is 1331 for Kodak. Well, that was a quick pop and then a drop for meds. Oh, look at the market here, guys. Putting in another red bar on the second 15-minute candle. I'm just going to bide my time to see what happens here on that candle. Are we going to continue in a big fade? You know, this one still has some room. Sohu still has some room. See if it can hold 18. Got as high as 19 today. A lot of resistance right here in that monthly chart, but that's around, you know, $21. So that's far enough away. TBI. AMKR just continues. Okay, well, there's no volume yet for True Blue, but you know, obviously, and it is earnings play. Okay, July 27th. So it released earnings after hours yesterday with zero reaction. I mean, look, if it takes out, it probably won't do it. Well, who knows? I mean, it might do it today, but I mean, if it can take this area out right here around 1737, it has a ton of room. So that's what I'd be doing, putting an alert in this area. Maybe it takes it out today, maybe it doesn't, but if it takes it out tomorrow, but it is an earnings play, the volume just has to pick up. Okay, guys, Bausch, BHC, right there. Just got to get through that 19, 20, 25 area. Doesn't look like First Solar, the trade of the week, is going to trigger this week. Oh, yeah, you guys were mentioning this one, TFFP. Wow, look at this break here. I don't know if this was an IPO here. Halted again. TFFP halted again on the way up. All right, CNX Resources. Now, does this have room? 992. Well, okay, actually, yesterday's high was 936. Takes that out, looking left. Next high is almost $10. It's a big float, but this might, you know, extended right now, of course. So what we'd like to see, maybe a little bit of a base, just around yesterday's high. A little bit of a base, and then a pop through, and maybe it can start to attack that 10. I'm just not talking. This is not the radio. All right, well, LAC, which I had reasonably high hopes for, could not hold. Meanwhile, AMKR continues to move down here. Yeah, briefly took out $1. SYPR. Very choppy. It's so choppy on this monthly chart. I mean, when you hear me say choppy, just look at a chart and you see all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Total indecision. All right, so CNX, this is what I was hoping for. Maybe a little bit of a pause here underneath yesterday's high, and then maybe breaking out. And then it has some room, almost to $10 for CNX. Rosetta Stone, yeah, what is Rosetta Stone doing? What a run it's had. It's actually in the watch list. It's just the volume. Yeah, there's just no volume. It's in my watch list, but I have a minimum volume requirement. I think 150,000 shares for it to show up here. All right, cannabis plays, CGC. What is MJ doing? I haven't really looked for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's trying to come back a little bit. But look at the weekly chart, and we really still hasn't broken out. Okay, Xerox has a green bar ignored. Looks like this is a green bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for Xerox. 1536 would be kind of the trigger. The low yesterday was 1531. I'm just going to stick an alert around 1528 for a potential short of Xerox. XRX. Meanwhile, TFFP just opened. Nice one. I know you're probably using your fibs for hog reel. If you're wondering what's happening here, guys, I don't call it for fun, but I decided to put the AI on auto trade, just in simulation mode, just to see what would happen today. Guys, BHC is maybe trying to take out these highs right there. If it does, then it has some room. Up to 20 for BHC. And there it goes, guys. BHC, though you're a bit of a chase mode. Meanwhile, Kodak just made a new high after that pullback. KODK. Keep an eye on the Xerox, guys. I mean, it intrigues me here. There's a green bar ignored. It's a big float. So actually, I didn't even realize it. It's an earnings play too. It's actually an earnings play. If it takes out that low right there, I mean, it has some room. 1450 would be the support on the daily. So you had shorts available at Fidelity for Kodak, William, obviously. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how dynamic Xerox is going to be, even if it took this out, but I do have an alert set for it around 1528 for a short for Xerox, XRX. But it could be a bounce play too, so I'm going to stick an alert around 1547 for it. Up in this area here, if it takes that out, maybe it'll be a bounce play instead. So got it covered both ways for Xerox XRX. BHC guys, okay, so again, the next on the monthly chart, 1326 still has room in theory for Kodak, KODK. All right, guys, keep an eye on CNX. Kind of what I was hoping would happen. Some bottoming tails, a little bit of a base, just at yesterday's high, which is 936, just a little bit below it. So let's see if it can keep basing here, and then we get a little bit of volume to push it through yesterday's high, and maybe start to look at the next high looking left on that daily chart, which is almost $10. Now that will be CNX. Stick an alert right up there. Big float, 183 million in the float. All right, guys. Well, I got a pretty good fill on the Xerox. I was waiting to see if it, remember, it was going to bounce or fade. So I'm at a 1528 on a Xerox short. Pretty tight stop on this. Still not convinced it's going to move down. Plus 15 is going to be probably a bit of a tough one to get through, but we'll see. Okay, there's CNX, guys. See, I don't expect that much out of the Xerox. I think 15, it'd be really tougher to get through 15, but not CNX though, guys. CNX. There it is at yesterday's high, I believe. Yeah, 936, so it's right at yesterday's high. Okay, your TBI that was mentioned. Now, what's the volume? Volume is starting to pick up, and it's right at these levels right there. 1741, 1741, and 1741. Is that right? 1730 the high, and 1741. Takes this out. Look out, guys. I mean, this could have a multi-day run. TBI is an earnings play. All right, guys, I'm out of the Xerox. The minute I got to 1530, I just said, I don't like you anymore. I'll look at it again. Gotta like this one though. I mean, I know it's had a tremendous day already, but there's a 200-day. Where are you? 1803. So it's far enough away. I have to put that alert right there. I wish it weren't there, that 1803, but all right, here one of those Liberty stocks, QRT, TEA. So I guess the bounce was more in play for Xerox. It looked interesting for a second. I'm gonna put my alert again back at 1529. Well, I never use a 1-minute chart, so I guess that should answer your question. And that is not to say that you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. I just don't use 1-minute charts. Well, CGC on the move here. I mean, this is a big move. I think somebody mentioned Tilray earlier too, TLRY. So some of these cannabis stocks And there is the 200-day moving average, 1802. So it's right at the 200-day moving average. Ha! There's some irony going on here, guys. For those of you with the AI, I think you probably know what I'm talking about. All right, so RST, Rosetta Stone, so the volume finally picked up. I think when we last saw it, it was around 60-odd thousand. So Rosetta Stone is just on a tear over the whole number. It's not an all-time high. Let's see, the high right there is 2688. I'm going to have to go back. Who cares? Yeah, I've done this exercise before. So I mean, this is not an all-time high, but it may as well be. I may have to go back to 2010 before we start seeing levels. What a month it's had. You know, if you're looking for a potential swing trade, I mean, you know, it rested a couple of days ago. Now it's breaking out again today and taking that high out. No, there was my level for maybe getting in on a long with Xerox, XRX. Well, I guess if you look at the monthly chart, this one does have room, this QRTEA. There's a good resistance around 1420. Okay, guys, CGC over the 200-day moving average. Yeah, you know, I mean, if I were looking to swing something, this is definitely intriguing to me, RST. It's just so strong. It's a relatively low float. Anything could happen. Well, it already has. I mean, it's come from 16 to 26 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days. Now, were you looking at this as a short reel, INSG? I think I saw your levels. I think they were below. I may be wrong. At any rate, INSG is now just, well, looking left on that daily chart, 1287. Shoot, I missed my entry on the CNX. Wanted to get... both of these guys, CNXM and CNX. But I missed my entry on the CNX. Nice move. CNX. All right, guys, Rosetta Stone. Right back up. RST. What about NIO? Haven't seen NIO today. Well, okay, it's above yesterday's high. Next high looking left is 1266. I mean, it's trying to come back some. The relative volume, it's a lot of volume, but the relative volume is not necessarily stellar. So it's not trading abnormally. Big float, so I mean, it's going to take a bit to move it. This SPPI, guys, this is an interesting short under 4. I mean, it still has room, and it is shortable at IB. Mentioned this one earlier, right around here as a short, around 470. All right, sticking an alert here for INSG. Oh, guys, I hope somebody took advantage of the CNX or the CNXM. That's a big miss by me right there. Had my alert all set. OMI, guys, OMI. Remember, this had this preliminary. I think these were preliminary results they released. I think their official release August 4th. I think these were preliminary guidance release right here that really got this stock going. OMI, and it is kind of continued. All right, Fran just got, Fran just resumed. Sorry, it was halted before, just resumed. Still no shorts available for me. Good volume for this INSG. Is there any news on it? Beneficiary of 5G rollout, etc. I have to put that alert right over 12 again. About 12:11, I have the alert set for INSG. I see silver is trying to recover a little bit. I think it got knocked down 5 or 6% overnight. I saw AG, though, is coming right back. This is that trade of the week from last week. Just if you still have it, it's still working. 1077 was the trigger, 1426 now. You would have traded some, I would hope. I think it was gold. Yeah, silver was down though, wasn't it? Wasn't silver down about 5 or 6%? There was a little bit of a disconnect between those two metals. This one is still basing nicely. If you were able to get this around 935, 936, the CNX, it's basing not badly, right around that 950 mark. High looking left on the daily is almost 10. So there is some room if it wants to keep running a bit. Yeah, Xerox looks like it's just going to be trading in this little area here between 15.50 and 15.30, so may not be very exciting. I don't know, real. If this takes out this area right up here, 1210 for the INSG, this could have a nice resumption. So what you're seeing here, guys, I haven't done this ever, but I decided just to see what would happen if I auto traded the AI today. So that's what I did. Whoa, wait a minute. What's Xerox doing now? All right, so I can see right there that it took me out of FSLR. The stop got hit for FSLR. All right, I'm watching Rosetta Stone as it recovers over 27 again, RST. I'm just kind of intrigued with that one. Can be a little spready. That's the issue. But if I'm going to swing that one, spread doesn't matter. All right, INSG guys. INSG takes out that 12, 13 area. Could be interesting. It's got room. CNX. Well, I shouldn't say that because hopefully some of you took this one, CNX. Well, it's been a fast morning, 10:30 already. I'm just kind of watching the SPPI. Is it taking out 4? Not yet. All right, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday. I'm going to say Thursday, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. You can have access to them a couple of ways. You can click on the Scans tab within the room, and there are all the scans that I'm sharing. Or the Room Drive icon looks like a half-open folder. Click on that, and that'll take you to this area right there, and you click on Scans that I share, download, and it'll go to a Word document. and then you can copy and paste any link that you want and load it to your platform. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, there is a link right there. I'm just going to get the links into the rooms. All right, so this is how much Trade Ideas costs. There's the link right there. There's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas will cost. Basically 4 plans. Premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You're getting premium because you want access to our AI, okay? There are some other differences, but that is the main reason that you'd be getting, or you'd be interested in getting our premium service. I'm going to go over that later. You, of course, do not have to start off. You can start off with a monthly plan. It's just month to month, not really a contract. Cancel anytime. You can always try us out for a month. Standard monthly is $118, less the 15%, or the premium, $228, less the 15%. If within 30 days you'd like to upgrade, we will honor the 15% promo code. Talk about some of these links here. So I've already gone over the subscriptions. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think it's going to trigger this week. Trade of the week is FSLR, unless it really storms back later on today. I don't think it's going to trigger. Trade of the week is considered, I'll call it dead if it doesn't trigger on Monday or Tuesday. And I think the trigger point was 62.70, 78 or something like that. And it has not triggered. Brokerage Plus intro. If you have a premium service and you want to trade, if you have an interactive broker's account and you have our service, our premium service, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account, okay, your live account. Please watch that video. Everything that you have to know about trading your account. Again, if you have an interactive broker's account, no other brokerage platform works with Brokerage Plus right now, then please watch that video. Well worth it. It's about 27 minutes long. It's got everything you really need to know. I do a daily video between about 1:05 and 1:30 every day. Kind of a recap of what's happened in the trading room. 20 short lessons and TI training. I'm going to put those 2 links into the room also. All right, so if you click on that first link, the 20 short lessons, if you're new to Trade Ideas or you're even thinking about getting a subscription, but if you're new, this is a great little series, okay? What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? So a lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas, how to do them, all in this, on that link right there. Of course, you can go, they're very short. You don't have to do it in 20 days. You probably do it in 1 day if you wanted. The other one is the TI training. You click on that link and you will see the 20 lessons are here also. We also have TI University. A lot of interesting videos are here. Plus, if you're brand new to the market, a great little video series for people who are just trying to get a taste of what the market's all about. We also have webinars. And by the way, all these things are free. Webinars. I think tomorrow's is canceled, but webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. You just have to register for them right here. And they are all archived. We do not have, and I don't know when the next one's going to be, but we do not have free trials. If you click on that next test drive sign up, We're brought to this page. I'm not sure when we're going to have it. I don't think it's going to be in August. We usually do them 4 times a year. The last one was in May, so August would have been about 3 months, but I don't think we're going to do it in August. But the next one, when we finally do it, it'll be for $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you fill this out, you'll be notified approximately 2 weeks before it starts and how to sign up for it. Now I do want to go over the AI and then Brokerage Plus. All right, just let me move this off. There we go. So this is what the AI is all about. We have approximately 50 what we call baseline strategies, and they got optimized once the market closes every day. The AI runs through an optimization procedure, taking a look at all of the filters within all the strategies, maybe making adjustments to the filter values, maybe taking a filter out, adding one in, runs through everything. So that's what happened last night. And then these were the ones that made the cut. Typically making the cut, meaning a profit factor of at least, well, the right combination of profit factor and win percentage. These are the ones that made the cut. I decided, I have never done this, I decided in simulation mode just to take every trade, auto trade every trade, just to show you how you can maybe, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, certainly on the entries maybe, and just manage the exits. I haven't really been managing the exits, but I just wanted to show you that this is possible. So I turned them all on. You'll see I turned them all on. And again, these are the ones that made the cut. Tomorrow, we don't know which strategies are going to make the cut. The AI basically waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data before running through the optimization routine. If you have the AI, this is my recommendation, is that you click on from the toolbar, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is your window. You'll have all of the alerts come in. Doesn't matter which Holly segment they're from, all of them will come in here. And you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. How do you delete? I don't understand the question exactly. How do you delete B plus position history? You mean get rid of every one of these? As an example? I should know this again. Somebody you can do it so that you can only see the open one. So if you delete all of these, then you wouldn't see anything anymore. But you can't get they'll always be in the system until tomorrow. You know, if you close out everything by the end of the day, then tomorrow it'll be a blank slate. Okay, so there is not a link for my layout. The reason being is that I am sharing a lot of scans and not everybody is going to want every single scan that I've got. Look at CNXIs. I hope that somebody took that like I should have. So here are all the scans I'm sharing, okay? You can pick and choose which ones you want. And just click on the scans tab within the trading room or click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. And scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. And then you can take a look at them all, more at your leisure. And all you have to do is copy the link. And then once you've copied the link, just file load from cloud. And then If you've copied the link should show up here. If for whatever reason this is still blank, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Okay? And the only thing is, if you want these three windows, you have to load it from the toolbar. So new from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then where it says Barry's watch list. Again, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced, which of course is okay as long as you have saved your layout to the cloud. Meanwhile, our star of yesterday is just really giving it up, MNOV, and this is shortable now at IB. Here's another one that's just been on a tear for, well, looks like weeks now. Lumber Liquidators, LL. I'm so embarrassed. I cannot ever find that open. It's not under accounts. Account types. Where is that silly account types? Here? No. I never do that. All right, guys, so I do want to go over Brokerage Plus. And this is the Brokerage Plus window. So what I did today, I've not done this before. I just wanted to, just see how it would work. One of the things I can see right there is, I have a maximum P&L. I'm just looking to see what the maximum P&L. So for instance, if I were really watching this very closely, probably would not allow not that $52 is a big gain, but a $52 gain to turn into a $111 loss as an example. So this is in the simulator. This is the simulator in action, okay? Now, to open the Brokerage Plus window, just click on New from the toolbar and Brokerage Plus, and then the window will pop up. Again, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window to trade your account. And I'm just going to pop that link in. It's a great video that was done, outlining virtually everything you have to know about using Brokerage Plus and trading your account. I see Xerox is now moving down. I don't know what I want to do with that one. Okay, so there's the Brokerage Plus intro, and it outlines everything you have to know. How you can load your own strategies in here. You notice I've got some strategies in here. You can load your own strategies in, auto trade them if you want. You can set up what's called one-click trading. Not auto trading, but it's very close. One-click trading. So watch that video if that is what you want to do. Otherwise, this is a tremendous paper trading, simulated trading, okay? If you're new to trading, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading in a simulator. This is a really, really good simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you're using. It's using our real-time data. Very, very simple. Let's just say I wanted to take LL. Okay, I click on the alert. Pick how many shares I want. Let's take a couple hundred shares. I can go into the market. The spread's, it's only 3 cents, so I can buy at the market, so I will. And there it is, LL, 200 shares. Should always have a stop, of course. I'm going to put a stop at 22.80. Just have to add a stop order. And you'll see it'll appear right on the chart. See, it's right there. So I'm in the trade at 23.20 in the simulator. If I allowed the trade to work down to 22.80 and did nothing, in other words, if I didn't raise the stop up or move it to another area, it would take me out of the trade for $70. Look at the INSG, guys. So it would take me out for a $70 loss. I can also put in a target if I want. Let's put a target of, 23.60, just to show you what it would look like on the chart. So you can see there's the target right there. So again, the same thing. If I allowed it to go up to 23.60, it would take, and didn't do anything, it would take me out for a $90 gain. I can move that target up and down. I can take this stop and I can move it up. So use it like a trailing stop. So in other words, if the trade starts working well, I can start moving this stop up. As opposed to what I would consider an artificial, people are always asking for trailing stops. To me, if I were going to be doing something like that, I'd rather look at the chart and see where a logical area a stop would be on the chart. In other words, here's good support. So if it broke that, I should be out of the trade, as an example. As opposed to just saying, hey, let's have like a 0.5% trailing stop or some artificial number. All right. So just looking at the LL trade. So you can see it's starting to work. Got in at 23.15. This is on the simulator. I want to get out of all these other. I do not auto trade the AI. I just thought for fun I would do it today just to show you how you can do it if you did want to. All right, well, not a bad run. 930, 934 was a good entry for CNX. It got up to 968, nice percentage move. It is finally starting to fall back, CNX. Well, the AI has been very stubborn about trying to short hog a couple of times. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, INSG. All right, now keep an eye on this one. This has got absolutely beaten up today. I don't really think I saw it in the pre-market. Not sure why, but anyway, CRMD trying to come back a little bit. Let's see if it takes out 5 again. But it has been beaten up badly. Fairly low float, 24 million. This is CRMD, good volume. Obviously has some room if it wants to continue marching back a little bit. Oh, it's a secondary, thank you. Okay. Well, then it's holding well. It's holding nicely, that secondary. Actually, I saw BSIG had an upgrade this morning. BSIG, notice you put that one in the room, Torps. BSIG had an upgrade, had a big day yesterday. Boy, LL, Lumber Liquidator, still looks like an interesting... Oh, look at the Mara. Wow. Mara, what's Riot doing? I still don't know. Okay, position tab, new position tab, once populated, select position, all types. Where the heck is that? Your instructions aren't good, Greg. New, position tab, there it is, once populated, then select position, all types. All right, new, positions tab. But I've got it up here. Okay, now what? That one? Okay. Okay, now what? I should know this. I know. Okay, COWN. COWN, what is this? This was an earnings play. Oh yeah, that's right. This was up nicely in the pre-market. Now look at this. So I don't know what you mean. So I've got, okay, what do I do with these positions? Like, what do I do? Once populated, select position, all types. This is crazy. Where are you getting this drop down menu? You're not right clicking on it. I'm going to write this down once I figure out how to do it. Okay, Metalla, royalty and streaming. Look at this one. I don't know if this was an IPO. Back here. I don't think so. Not based on that position in lifetime. This looks like it's just a symbol name change right here. What's the float like? 26 million. Decent volume. I mean, it's starting to pick up. I know you like this one, Larissa. That is the CAPR. Got as high almost $10 yesterday. Meanwhile, MNOV continues to sink. Wow, down 33% now after having what a day it had yesterday. Stupid day. However, it is near the high. I mean, it's not that negative right now. CAPR. A little bit more, and it'll be in positive territory. CAPR. Okay, here's one from the options plays, guys. Interesting. MLCO. Now this has room. MLCO has room. Meanwhile, Fran is just collapsing. I'll bet you, no, not quite cut in half from its high. I'm surprised that Interactive Brokers does not have shorts for Fran. Haven't seen this one for a long time now. This used to be one of the crypto players, XNet. There's the 200-day moving average right above it. So yeah, SPY is breaking out of that area now. Trying to anyway. It could be a green bar ignored. Okay, your CAPR, I think, has it gone positive? Not quite, just 4 cents away from yesterday's close for CAPR. Well, look at that. There's a red bar ignored for Mara. There's a beautiful red bar ignored. Look at the trend up for Mara. That red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. The trigger would have been about 197 or so. So unfamiliar with this pattern. It's just a trend. Pause in the trend. Trend continues. With the key being the red bar, it pauses the trend, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. I just can't get into these, but let's just see. Well, I mean, it's got room. On that monthly chart, 280. Probably a low float. Yeah, 21 million in the float. Yeah, there's a delay. It's an often asked question, Lauren. Okay. You know what? And if you really want to get some more information on it, complain. But it looks for volume confirmation and a few other things, as opposed to having the VWAP just whip up and down. But that's the reason. You can always send something info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, what gives with your VWAP alerts? But that's the reason. Sometimes it doesn't matter so much, by the time you get the alert, it hasn't moved that far from the VWAP, but yeah, it's not, it does require some volume confirmation. I think, in fact, if you look, let me just see here if I can find it. I thought there was a reason that'll be the reason they gave you, though. And you may not like it, that's all. But there's nothing I can do about it. You might instead want to use the VWAP filter to show stocks that are near the VWAP. If that makes sense. So for instance, I think I even have, let me just see if I can. I don't have it. I thought I had a, well, it's easy enough to do. You just use the VWAP filter, and if you want to find it as it's moving up, just make sure that the price is just a little bit below the VWAP. And that actually, that might even be better, because that allows you to see stocks that are very close to the VWAP and see what sort of patterns they're trading from. Always amazed. And you how long have you had a subscription, Lauren? Oh, I see. Okay. Guys, I'm really kind of liking this Melco, MLCO. The volume is decreasing, but it's holding its own here, MLCO. It's kind of holding its own. I like to see it just kind of base, and then maybe we get a little volume push over that whole number. Well, it depends how fast it's moving, Carlos. I mean, obviously, some depends how fast the trade is moving. I mean, it is a real time alert, but I mean, if the stock is moving incredibly fast, you know, the AI may not be able to take it right at that price. Now, 30 cents seems a little bit excessive, but all depends on how fast it was moving. Okay, one moment, please. And the other thing you can do, I mean, if you're just practicing, the other thing you can do is, you know, depending, you can do them, you can edit all of the instructions with a limit. So there's like 5 cents, so it won't take it, like it wouldn't take that trade. So you might get the alert. So let's say for argument's sake, you get the alert at 10, but the stock is moving so fast that even on an auto execution, it's at 10:10 in a heartbeat. So it wouldn't take that trade, you know, because you're telling it to only go 5 cents outside the actual alert price, up to 5 cents outside the alert price. Rarely is it ever going to take it right at the price. It's almost impossible. All right, guys, I took that Melco. I'm just interested in that one. I want to see how well it... That's the MLCO. Pull back just a little bit, and so I ended up taking it at 1622. Meanwhile, Kodak's making a new low. And just as I posted it, yeah, I might be getting out of it almost immediately. Okay, what the high was? What was the high? 1183. Now we're at 876. Just not shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers for Kodak, KODK. Ooh, look at the Capri, Capricorn. So now it's just basically positive, not basically, it's just mildly positive. Well, now it's zero. So it's right at yesterday's close. CAPR. Now here's Casper Beds, CSPR. Definitely not a good IPO. Remember they IPO'd back here. Okay, I'm only going to give the MLCO just a little bit longer. Wow, COWN, I mean, look at the room it's got underneath. This is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, it's an earnings play, COWN. Pre-market look excellent. Market opens, has just drifted down. Guys, that TBI just triggered for some reason. Let me see what the price was. Oh, look at True Blue. TBI, so it is taking this out right there, or it's trying to take this out. It is an earnings play. Released after hours, zero reaction. There's that mauve area, had no reaction whatsoever. Well, there it is. Yes, there is your 10 test. It is passed. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to click on it. I have had disastrous results, even though I've saved my work and I've saved it to default and all that. Some reason it doesn't want to save these headers. But let me just see. After clicking all types, just don't know where the all types is. Oh, I know where it is. There it is. All types is right there. Nope. I'm going to ask our tech support. Okay, there is, so what is the next high looking left for this on the weekly chart? Capricorn, looking good. No, I'm not in it. No, 1616 got me out of it. Sorry. Well, there's the CAPR guys on a rip right now. Larissa strikes again. What happens is I might have a larger stop, Cosmo, but if I don't like the way it's playing or trading, I'll get earlier. That's all. It's not that I have like a 6 or 7 cent stop every trade. But yeah, if I just don't like the way it's trading, I'll get out early. I'm sort of like William. I think he said if it's not working in my favor in 10 seconds, I get out. I mean, I'm not quite that bad, but I will hold. If I'm up even like a penny or two, I'll hold. But if it starts to drift down, I'll just get out, move on to something else. So for my position sizing on it, I'm using the absolute, get out of town stop. But as I say, I will get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. I can always get back in. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a little housekeeping here. All right, guys. Look at the volume that came into CAPR also. Look at, I mean, this is it. Yeah, it's the biggest volume bar in a 15-minute. That's the biggest 5-minute. There's the biggest 15-minute volume bar for CAPR once it took out 10. Still no news. All right, TBI. Now this one, I mean, this could have a tomorrow. Now there's a 200-day moving average. It's the only issue right now. There's a 200-day moving average for TBI sitting right above it. It takes that out though. Again, it may not happen today, but what if it took it out tomorrow? I mean, look left and look how much room this TBI has, and it's an earnings play. So this has really restored a lot of confidence to a lot of people. I mean, look at this. Look how many weeks chopping. Well, big kudos to Larissa in today's video on the CAPR. I had it thumbnailed, but wasn't 100% sure. It was a little weak this morning. Just a little bit weak this morning in the pre-market. Thought it might pull an MNOV, but not even close. Triple R, I don't see triple R anywhere. My guess is that the relative volume is too low. Yeah. Yeah, see, most of my scans have a minimum of 1 for relative volume, but here it is 3, so it's only 0.82. So it's just not going to show up. Yeah, I thought CAPR, just looking at it yesterday, yeah, I mean, pre-market, post-market, after hours, it ripped all the way up to, actually, I think it's 1080. What did it get to right now? 1074. So yeah, after hours, it ripped. Now it pulled back a little bit, but another new high. Let's see if it takes out that post-market high. Just did, or it's just touching it now. I love price alerts. If you're not using our price alerts, guys, you're doing yourself a disservice. Super easy to set a price alert on the chart. You just go to an area on the chart where you want the alert. So a Rosetta Stone as an example. So let's say I wanted an alert right here. You just basically put your mouse, get that dotted line wherever you want it, 2767. So I right click, create the price alert, done. Now I can put a note in if I want. I rarely put a note. So that's how easy it is. And then, new price alerts window, have that open. But what you can do is just minimize it. So when you do get a price alert, the box will pop up right on your screen. You can put a sound alert on it, just like any alert window. If you sort it so that on the triggered column, so the last one triggered is going to be right at the top, it flashes at you, you'll hear it, it pops up, you cannot miss it. Ooh, on the way down, yeah, look at that phase strip on the way down for National Oil Well, NOV. Something's happening. It's almost like well, this is an earnings play. but no real reaction. I mean, it was an earnings play after hours yesterday. No big reaction. Not really a reaction this morning. In fact, really doing nothing. Then all of a sudden, what he said, you know what? We're getting out. Look at this. Look at the volume too. It's the biggest. It'll be the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15 and the 5. Somebody wants out, and it's halted. NOV is halted. Ooh, look at this one. WDR. This is another earnings play. Released earnings this morning. No reaction. Zero reaction in the pre-market to WDR. Market opens, gapping down. But look at this. I mean, it's just taking all this out on that daily chart. And okay, DLHC just resumed. No volume. You're a funny man, William. Just checking some of these earnings plays. Pfizer, PFE, the big float. Now there's that CRMD. Now why did I have this? Oh, that's right. In case, so they did the financing. What was it? 450. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back here. No, I'm not auto trading my watch list. Would have been okay on this one. Actually, would have been probably, let's see, 1622. That one would have not have. Rosetta Stone would have been, yeah, okay. This one probably not. Kodak, well, 1083, yeah, it would have been. So probably 4 out of 6 would have been okay. On the way down, 17. I'm just not that big on auto trading, guys. Oh, here's another one, just Terraform Power, TERP. Look at this one, sinking here. Big area of support, perhaps, for TERP, right around the area it's at, 19. Let's see if it bounces off this area right here. And what's the float like? So it's a big float, $250 million in the float. It's a big float. Market is just really doing nothing. Remember that red bar? It looked like that red bar was going to mean something, but it's really not doing too much right now. If anything, maybe trying to crawl back. No, the custom formula was for the new low. It was just an experiment, Ali, really. It was more of a swing trading. I mean, the stops were really, really far away. Okay, so when you're using yesterday's low, typically, especially a stock that is making a new high today, using yesterday's low, it was more, I just wanted to see how it would work in terms of how many shares I was going to be taking. Hi, NSG guys. My point of view? Well, first of all, Boeing has earnings tomorrow, right? Pre-market tomorrow. So I don't even try to anticipate what they're going to come up with. Pfizer's already released. I mean, it's decent reaction, 3.5%. Of course, Pfizer is one of those virus plays too. I mean, it's not a huge reaction to earnings. It's a big float. And AMD, of course, that's this afternoon. I don't try to predict what's going to happen. So this is after hours today. I don't play earnings as such. Like I don't hold anything through earnings in anticipation of what I think might be good or bad. Well, swing trading, again, swing trading, intraday trading, it's a mindset more than anything. To me, how to learn, depending on what you're looking for. I mean, if you're looking for stocks coming way off the bottom, that might be, like trend reversals. It's pretty simple when you see them in terms of, looking at a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart to see how much room they have. You hear me say that all the time. Let's take a look at a couple here as an example. Trend reversal up. So let's just take a look. Now these are stocks coming off the bottom typically. Some will look better than others. Just trying to find something that, you have to cycle through. I mean, some will just look, a lot better than others. Yeah, I mean, what I'm trying to find is something that has broken out of something like this. And when you look left, well, like the TBI as an example. So TBI has earnings. Now, I'm not telling you to take this trade, but you can see that if it can maintain this area and maintain above these highs here, it's an earnings play. It has a chance to keep running into this area as an example. So you should get used to looking at longer term time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly charts, and looking for, in my opinion, for things that look like this, where has lots of room. As an example, that's just an example. Some might like to look at fundamentals more. This, to me, has been a very different day from yesterday. Not just because of some of the things I'm in. You can probably guess the ones I'm in. It just seems to be a little more trend of the ones I'm following anyway. Obviously, CAPR, tremendous. Look at this. What a great. Oh, I'm sorry. The INSG, wants to check out 12. Of course, the CAPR wants to check out 10. And it's not like the market, the market's helping a little bit now. Market's but it's not like the market is rip snorting going higher. And you probably guess the Rosetta Stone. I've been talking about this one as a potential swing, RST. It's had some chop in it, but can't dispute the, look at the volume that just came in, RST. So, there's another one. I'm not telling you to swing trade this. You could argue that it's extended, though it had a little bit of a break right here. But, it's in the right sector. This learning at home sector. It's another aspect when you're looking to swing trade. What is the sector it's in? Wow. Well, what I said was, excuse me for the terp, you can see that there is some support right around 19. In theory, just look at the daily chart. It looks like there is some support around 19. Now, it may amount to nothing. This may just break right through it. But we've seen this many times where, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days right around this level. Now, if it takes that out, then, the next support area could be 18. Absolutely. All you have to do is just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. JB. This is perfect for swing trading too. Just don't exit the trade at the end of the day. Well, you have to put it, if you're going to put a stop in, for a Rosetta Stone. If you're swinging it, as you know, well, maybe you don't know, but when you're swing trading, your stops are always going to be wider. I'm not sure you want to put, the low of today as your. But this has all sorts of room. There is no resistance. I think, didn't I go back to 2011? Yeah, I'm back in 2010. There's no resistance. I don't care what happened before 2010. So there is no resistance for a Rosetta Stone. So, in theory, you could put a stop at the low of today because there's no resistance. So, who knows where it's going? It's not like you can say, well, there's a lot of, because now you're talking about a $3 stop. So you'd want $6 minimum expectation, but who knows? There's no resistance. But you're in a simulator, so yeah. But just don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, and it'll keep carrying over. You'll dip into your buying power. Well, maybe you don't know. You start off with $100,000, So it'll dip into your buying power, of course. Meanwhile, SPPI, you know what? Okay, I want to do this just as take a short on it. Okay, so we're going to take a short, a couple hundred shares. What's the spread? 1 cent. Did I connect? Yeah. So there I just took the short of SPPI underneath 4. In the simulator. Well, guys, yeah, Larissa deserves the five-star award today for the CAPR. I had it thumbnailed, but I wasn't that interested as it was drifting down. But certainly the 10 break is, 10 is such a psychological number. Wow, Rosetta Stone. You know me, guys. I don't often swing, but depends how this closes out. What time is it? 11:52. I've figured out who is on the YouTube channel today. One moment, please. Okay, again, one moment, please. All right, guys, so I'll be taking off in about 2 or 3 minutes, taking a break. Andy will be in the YouTube room. Boy, CGC did not take this one. Boy, it ripped right through. Now, this is very interesting. Now, CGC, take a look at it on the daily chart. I mean, it's through that 200-day. This is the next area looking left, and it's 1865, so it's right there. 1865, so we have a couple of topping tails on the daily, but then look left. After that, the next high is 22.23, guys. How interesting is this? This is really interesting now. I mean, this if this holds on this daily candle, it's wiping out all of this. And then it has, $4 or so looking left. Wow, I'm sorry, guys. Rosetta Stone is just, after this choppiness right there, I mean, this is just really surging here. Why not? You want to pump it? Go ahead. I'm kidding, of course. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here, and I'll be taking my break. What is MJ doing? I want to see what the sector ETF is doing. Yeah, I mean, it's trying also. I mean, it's trying. I've just been so disappointed with this sector since 2018, but there's no question that CGC is making a nice move here on volume, good volume. It's a big float, $250 million in the float. All right, so Andy is going to take over in the YouTube feed, guys. So I am going.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, guys, can you hear me out there? This is Andy with Trade Ideas. This is I have not the Friday support session. I'm filling in for Steve today. Let me know if you can see my screen and you can hear me. That'd be great. There he is. All right. Hey, Ajay, how you doing? Great. Glad you guys are hearing me loud and clear. Let me know if it's too loud, and I can always move the mic or cut it down a little bit. But welcome to the Tuesday edition of the support webinar here at Trade Ideas. It is our goal to make you better traders and to help you understand the software. So any questions, this is what we designed this for, an hour every day. Come in here and you guys can ask questions, anything you want. Should be able to answer them unless you get really technical about B+, but I could probably knock most of it out for sure. I just had a one-on-one with somebody. Hey, Mike C., how are you? The biggest problem I run into with people that want to hook up their B+ with Interactive Brokers Traders Workstation is people don't understand you have to have a data package through IB. Only needs to be level 1 data. Costs you about $5 a month. But any of those that may be entertaining the idea, or maybe you're already have an IB account and you're trying to hook it up and you're not getting any luck, check the data. Make sure you're paying for a data feed through IB. Good evening. Yeah, well, it's still morning where I am, but you must be on the other side of the pond, they like to say, I guess. There you go. Good afternoon. Another hour will be an afternoon here. All right. Market last few days has had a tough time moving higher, but I guess bulls can argue it's had a tough time moving lower as well. So we're just kind of stuck in here in a kind of a three-day range right here, right in the middle of it right now. Actually closer to the high end, but yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Okay. All right, so take a look at the cues real quick. Get a drink of water. Kind of the same picture there, still below their 10-period moving average. That's what they battled with yesterday, having a hard time getting back up there today. Let's see if the SPY's pretty much right at it, maybe slightly below it. Take a look at some of the Holly Neo calls. I mean, today, I should say alerts. Nice one there. Hog just did not want to go down. It was a gap down. It looked like it was going to continue lower right here. Holly took another trade there, but no, that's just showing some people earnings play. So obviously people are finding value there. NCLH is moving. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Norwegian Cruise Lines. See if anything's flowing in. I did see a couple of airlines up this morning. AAL doing well. Looks like some money may be flowing into some of the travel industry today. Same thing with Love near highs. Tough charts. You look over there on the daily tough charts, unless you're basically just playing off of support levels, which is okay to do as long as if you're wrong, you get out. I noticed Boeing yesterday, I had an alert go off, and I've since moved it, but once again, another one there on kind of on support level. All right, getting a few questions coming here. How can I do technical analysis about the chart before the start of the day? Yeah, well, you can do technical analysis at any time. As a matter of fact, I think some of the best times is after hours, either before the market opens or the night before is a great time to do technical analysis. I mean, you have access to the data. One of my favorite ones is this pullback above 50 SMA Pro, which at the end of the day will freeze alerts in here because it's set for time frame live during market hours, which means when the market closes, anything that was left in here at the close will remain in there till the next morning. So it's a great one to do technical analysis with. As a matter of fact, you can find these charts that are pulling back on the 5-day time frame, but putting in like a bullish candle today. So to me, that's some great way to do technical analysis. Twitter was one that yesterday kind of went through its moving average there, bouncing up, putting in a bullish candle today. This could be in for a reversal. So yeah, you can do any kind of technical analysis you want in after hours, and as a matter of fact, you probably should if you're taking trading seriously. Don't just roll out of bed and come in the morning. Some people can do that. Sometimes I was on the West Coast, pretty much my whole day trading career for 17 years, and of course, the market opens early out there, and sometimes, I'd sleep till right before the bell, and sometimes those are my best days. I don't encourage it because it's nice to be prepared, but one thing you can do about that, you don't have any preconceived notions, and you're just kind of following the action. But yes, technical analysis on the charts can be done at any time. It's a nice one right there, GBT, putting in possibly a bullish candle. Now what I like to do is mark these up. In other words, at the end of the day, and make sure the stock reverses. In other words, I don't want to just take a gamble buying it. It's okay. I've done it sometimes if I really love the chart, but prefer to see a reversal pattern. All right. On the web version, why is there always swing exit no matter on? Well, I'm not sure where it is on the web version, but if you want to get rid of that, see if you can find it under tools, or see if you can find options, and then go to general tab and see if you have a box where you can uncheck it that says show extra chart drawings. I'm not sure where that is on the web version. If you can't find it, just send I'll drop the email in here. Just send an email and somebody will get back to you. I'm assuming it can be done, but I'm not sure. Just send an email there if you can't find it. It should be somewhere, though, around in your toolbar. KODK, worth watching. Yeah, I would. Gosh, big gap up there. Worth watching. I'd like to see it show some sort of interest moving higher. I guess, to me, I would like to see it back above the fast line, I like to call it, that 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. Not sure about this wick on the daily here. I'm not sure where that comes. I'm not seeing it on the intraday, so I'm not sure where that, if that wick is real. Oh, good. Good, Anton. Aja throws out Kron. Yeah, definitely strong today. Running into a little bit of congestion here, but definitely strong today. Some okay volume, not extremely high. Also, the notice the pot stocks are on the move today. There's that CGC running right into resistance right here, though. This was a Holly call from yesterday. Beautiful call by Holly with some continued movement. This is why I say, guys, a lot of times don't assume just because a stock is doing huge volume and running real fast, it's only for day trading. A lot of times this is the start of a huge move. Of course, this was probably the start on this day right here, and look at that continuation. All right, we're all caught up. If anybody has any questions, check out the trade of the week, which is not triggered yet. Okay, technically it has not triggered. I think the trigger point was, I have an alert up there at 62.75, and I'm pretty sure it probably would have triggered yesterday had there not been a downgrade. I believe it was a tier 1 downgrade as well. So definitely one to keep an eye on. If you look at some of the other soldiers in the run that they've had, speaking of run, look at that. Right, here's a great example, guys. Yeah, look at this day right here. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this volume bar. Just look how much it eclipsed these other volume bars. I guarantee you most traders out there, I'd say 90% of them, were looking to jump in this one and take it, get a 15 cents to a quarter out of it and be happy because they made a couple $100. But look at this continuation afterwards. Now, this is rare. I mean, seldom do you see a stock go double without hardly pulling back at all. But it just goes to show you, man, these can be the start of tremendous momentum that can last for days. I see this time and time again. So if you have the account size, try to learn to stay in some of this. Even if you scalp out half for a day trade, try to learn to stay in some of this until it breaks down. Maybe use your 10-period moving average. Bounced off of it today. Tell yourself, if it ever closes below this, I'll get out. All right. Javid, I'm going to butcher your name. I'm going to go with Javid, but if that's not right, correct me. What should the basic factors to pick one or two trade as day traders to buy and sell in the same day? Good question. What I look for is, of course, I swing trade mostly now. I did day trading for, like I said, 17 years. But what I would look for is stocks that are doing huge volume and are out of a range. In other words, they don't have to be at an all-time high, but I'd like for them to be like a 6-month high or something, where they can have some, the better chance for a continued movement throughout the day. And two things that are very important to me is volume and how do they look on the daily chart. So many people look at the 15-minute chart, which can be great for maybe entries. But when you're seeing how far a stock's going to go, you need to focus on the daily chart. And a good example might have been, well, let's just take a look at some of the ones that came through here today. I'll go back to about 9 o'clock, 30 minutes after the bell opened. And there you go. This one took off this morning, and you would have seen this line up here. Okay? Now sometimes if the line's far enough away from that's basically showing you your next level of resistance. I can go back on this daily chart, and you're going to see it's letting me know it's 2 years ago. Okay, so that tells me it's broken out of a range. Okay, it broke out of this range right here. All right, and it had clear sailing all the way up to this level of resistance. So look at your daily charts. It can tell you, I like to say stocks, usually they get on what's called a mission. They get on a mission to reach a certain point technically. In this case, it was textbook. It went right up to that level, and now it's pulled back. Now, this could dig in right here. It may just go sideways. It may, I don't know what it may do, but there's a chance it could get up here and go through, that level. Maybe put a price alert right there. But that's the kind of stuff I look for. I look for volume, and I look for stocks that are breaking out. This one looks like it had potential right here. Here's the alert. Now, it ran right into this level of resistance, which was an all-time high. I can look over here in my single stock window. Let me pull up my Epic pen. I can tell you some stuff that you can use to really help you. Okay, and if somebody wants my single stock window, I'll be happy to share it. But this is just things I look at. If I see this AX, I'm looking right over here. Okay, that tells me, without even looking at the chart, it's on a yearly high. Okay, it's definitely on a 10-day high. And look at the lifetime range. It's close to a lifetime high. There it was. That was the line that you saw. That's it. So if it digs in right here, okay, holds this all-time high line, there's a chance, the continuation could be upward, resume its upward trend. Now, I'm always also looking at where it came from. Over the last several months, it's made doubled in price, so may have a pause up here, but I just wanted to give you an idea of what, to look for. See if we can find another example. That was coming through a lot. See, this one is in a downtrend. It's below its 200-day moving average, gapped up, resistance above. Just, it's kind of in no man's land for me. I would rather see it, breaking out of this range up here. So it can keep you out of bad trades. That doesn't mean you can't find stocks that will open and go to those levels and break through. It does happen, and it's more likely that to get caught up in something. So there you go. Look at the daily chart. Here's another one. It has potential, but look at the sloppy range. Okay, it's just it's got great volume, so it may want to fill this gap right here, and you can always do things like that, which it came close to doing already. But I would rather see it out, of a 3 to 6 month range than versus right in the middle of this slop. All right, let me see. Let me get caught up here. Yeah, that CAPR had a nice 3-day move there. What are the attributes of a stock that will have that progress? It's nothing stock specific. It's all, to me, it's volume and a daily chart breaking out of a daily range. And I never trade a stock just because it's doing huge volume. Okay, it's got to be moving somewhere. Great example right here. Now it looks like this one right here was on a 52-week high. Why did this thing keep going for like 4 days? Look at this, continued momentum, because the next level of resistance is not till up there. Now I could be wrong. It could have. Okay, yeah, that's a gap fill or whatever this is, but nonetheless, you can see it broke out of a nice range there, kind of a triple top, and had some continued momentum. good chance it's going to go to that level right there. Okay, Debbie, can you ask the back tester to stop making trades when your starting capital would be exceeding? No, yeah. Unfortunately, you can't. The back tester is going to always. It would be a nice little feature, Debbie, but we're just not there yet. Maybe in the future. Obviously, there's what I would try to do in that case is just maybe filter it down more to where you have less capital being used. So in other words, get less trades. So if you're doing a back test and you're getting, you know, 600 results, maybe try to filter it down with price, time of day to where you're only getting 300 trades or 200. I you got to be careful back testing. I never like to get below like 100 trades because I feel like I'm curve fitting. I'm just kind of creating the results, but you can always tweak it to where you're getting less trades. That's the only thing really you can do at this point. Yeah, let me share my single stock window. I like it. It's a good one. Let me show you the things. Let me make my dot a little bit bigger here. That I like to look at. I like to look at these ranges here for sure. Okay, relative volume, 1 minute volume, 5 minute volume. And a lot of times if I'm swing trading, I like to look at this cash debt ratio. I don't have the ratio in here. I kind of just do it in my head. I mean, I'd like to see a nice, this is a great example. Look at the cash. Okay, now I take that back. It's not that good of an example. I thought that was a billion. It's a million. So this has, quite a bit of debt compared to the cash it has. Doesn't mean, it's in, a dire situation or anything, because with all the free money that's out there, a lot of people just boosted up their debt because they can get it for so cheap, zero interest, so why not? But I still like companies that have a decent amount of cash versus their debt. I love looking at revenue growth. Okay, earnings I don't pay that much attention to earnings per share. I have it in here, but it's always backward reflecting. It doesn't really look at going forward. But anyway, those are some of the things I like to look at. Now, if you're day trading, none of this stuff probably makes a whole lot of difference to you. But if you're swing trading, it's good to keep an eye on some of the fundamentals. All right, let me share that with you. Let's see if that pulls up that way. No. And the single stock window, there it is. All right, dropping it into the chat right now. Yeah, halt resume. Yes, halt resume is just another alert. So you can have filters in there. I don't suggest it because you don't really get, that many, halts and filters throughout the day. Halts and filters. Halt and resume. I got a multi-strategy one that I use. You could just do it in a single one, but I like to make the different colors there. So I just do a resume and halt, and take a look at the history for today. See how many we've had. Yeah, see, not a lot. I wouldn't recommend. You could. I mean, if you want like a minimum share, average daily volume of 300,000 or something like that, you could do that. Let's see. For swing trading, I use, like I said, this bullish moving. I just talked about this pullback above 50 SMA Pro, where I'm looking for stocks that are digging in, possibly putting in a there's hog coming in there now because once again it's in the lower part of its 5-day range. Tried to sell off, buyers came in and pushed it higher. So I definitely like to do this one, and a lot of my swing trading is just you know just eyeballing, just doing some some basic research, watching sector analysis. Not in a whole lot right now, just because of where the market is. I think First Solar is my only position. But I've been in this. I've been in this when I bought it on a pullback on this day, like in the low 59s or something like that. Already scalped out half of it, sitting in a half. Giving it to it. Let's see if it breaks down. These buy signals just my paper trading, just playing around with paper trading. But yeah, a lot of times I just use my eye and look at levels. Gold was a great example. Steve and I, hit gold pretty good back over here. I was actually in Newmont. On this day right here, we started buying gold. It was beautiful because right there, I bought it on that day right there, and because of it was lagging. The GDX, if you looked at the GDX, a lot of times you can catch this. It'll lag gold. So if we go back to that day right there, let's take a look at it. That would have been 619. And here on 619, what'd you have? You had gold breaking out. Or yeah, there's 18. Yeah, there right there on that doji right there. You had gold breaking out of a range right here, and it did finally follow through. So we bought a bunch of GDX. So that's an example of the kind of trading I do. I'll do some, I watch sectors, and a lot of it's I do like my alerts. I love this pullback scan, and I love these extreme volume high-low pro. I just told you, these can be the start of big moves. So I don't mind, chasing, not say chasing, but buying stocks that are up quite a bit on the day to hold for several days. Okay, Patricia, volume, daily chart, breaking out of range, guy. Okay, thanks. Your highlight on the 10-day. On the 10-day year, MG, nice. Moving average weight. Not sure, Patricia, what you're saying there on the 10-day, comma, year. Yeah, I promise you this: if you get off these small time frames and start focusing on the daily time frame, you're going to become a much better trader. It's going to help you to slow things down, because a lot of times you see stocks, breaking down on the 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, whatever chart you're using. But when you look over there on the daily, everything was intact. I'm trying to think of an example. Well, the Newmont trade was a good example, because I bought it on this day right here. That it had ugly days where if I pulled up the 15-minute chart right here, they looked horrible. They opened up and it was just getting crushed. But hey, look at my daily. It was above the 10 period and nothing changed. And now, of course, I made some good profits. Finally, on this day, that was just too ugly. I had to, you had to. That was a breakdown right there. Of course, it came right back. And a lot of times what you can do, and I do this quite a bit, I'll keep a core position. Like in First Solar right now, I scalped out of half. I got a core position in First Solar. And then you can trade around that core position. I've been doing this in Newmont. In other words, I've had a position in Newmont now ever since this day right here in my paper trading, just to kind of help me keep me sharp, when it comes to paper trading. And you can see here in Newmont that 82,000 of paper trading, and this is trading you know 5 maybe 6,000 shares at a time. Obviously, this is paper trading. I never brag about paper trading, but I just wanted to show you that you can keep a core position and always have it, and then you can buy more or sell more and kind of trade around that core position. It's a neat little thing you can do if you're really convicted in a stock that's moving. In other words, had a lot of conviction in once gold broke out of its, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 year high, and these were lag and such. I had a lot of conviction in this trade. So, and I did it in my real money account too. Okay, I kept a core position. I would bang out some on big days. When it pulled back, I'd buy some more. Kind of the same thing as I'm doing here. Keep maintaining that core and trading in and out of some other sides. It can be you have to have a lot of conviction, and if you're wrong, eventually, obviously, you got to get out. But which on this day, I did end up losing my core position in my real account. But at some point, when you get ugly bars like that, you just got to, okay, I'm done. But came right back. All right, let me see if I got anything here. EKSO, somebody's talking about. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. It's been pretty sloppy over the last month. It looks like it should have made another move. A couple, obviously, almost tripled in value on 3 days. Got a little obviously ahead of itself. Pulled back. Looked like it was going to go there. Pulled back there again. So when I see moves like this, countered by those kind of moves, I'm a little bit leery of any move I'm going to get, going forward. That doesn't mean I wouldn't maybe give it a try. If it gets back above 8, gets back above this 8 level, maybe it tries again. But I'm a little skeptical once, it's tried to bounce here, slammed. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. It's definitely holding this level here. All right. What's a good float number for day? It doesn't matter, Patricia. Some people like low float. This Frida right here, you can see I have it strategy for low float. If you look over here, it only has 18 million. I think I have 20 million as my max for float. These can get some really good moves. The problem is they cut both ways. I mean, you can get hurt because once everybody heads for the exit, that's when you can get run over because they can move really fast in either direction. I don't think there's a rule as far as volume. I found AMD's, this thing is extremely thick with 1 billion in the float, but man, look at that. It didn't stop it from having nice move all the way from 58 to 70. So I don't think you should limit yourself. I know some people only like to play float, low float. I'm not that way. I'll play anything that's moving and has volume. How can it impact on a trader that high volume or lower volume shares in the market? Well, I have a saying that volume doesn't lie, and what that means is I trust volume more than I do like fundamentals and CEOs and things like that. So if a stock's not doing volume, it's more likely to slop around and not do anything. Kind of like the market today. All you got to do is look at the spiders. Look at the low relative volume here. and you can see there's no direction. It's slopping around, not going anywhere. Whereas if you have volume, like we've had now in this Capri for several days, you get direction, price direction, volume, relative volume still really strong. So here's what I used to give as an example in TI, and you can still see the recording in TI University 301. This is a great analogy. If you can imagine a log floating down a river, okay, versus a log floating down that same river with Category 5 rapids. Okay, what scenario is more likely to continue that log going down the river and not getting hung up on some debris or rocks or tree or anything like that? Obviously, it's a Category 5 rapids. Well, the same kind of thing can be said about volume. When you have this huge influx of volume, it's much more likely that price is going to continue in that same direction. It doesn't always happen. And you have to beware of those first big candles. Just because you see the first 15-minute candle with huge volume, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about consistent volume over several hours. I mean, like this Capri. Still, what are we? 3 hours into the day, and it's still doing huge volume on the 1 minute and 5 minute time frame. This was at 10:22. Okay, that's why you had continued many more buyers than sellers. So this is why I think it's better to play stocks with high volume versus if you're day trading versus lower volume. Doesn't mean I know people out there who know a stock, they know how it trades, and they can get in there and work it. But for me, I would rather, if I'm going to day trade, I would rather find the things that are moving, and not just moving all over the place, consistently moving higher in the same direction, lower left to upper right, and usually volume will help, create that type of movement. You're welcome, Patricia. Alex says, I'm using the Holly AI right on the paper trading of TI. How can I reset a paper trading balance and increase the available? Okay, yeah, what we have to do that for you on our end. Okay, so just send. I'll put the email in there again. Just send an email there saying you want us to reset your paper trader balance, and we'll set it back to where you have 100,000. All right. Auto Liquor says CGC broke. Yeah, it did. Broke 19. So it's getting through there, and volume is still, look at the 5 minute volume, still a lot of good volume there. This is what I'm talking about. Look, this is the arrow from my last chart. Once again, why is this continuing to go up? Volume. And got through a tough level there too. Actually, that level, and what do we have here? We have a gap fill. Very good chance, and I'm not telling you this so you go out and buy it right now, but there is a good chance you go up to that 20 mark before the day's over with. I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying go buy it. It's just a good chance. Me, I'd rather have caught this right here at 19, 60, 50, or I'm sorry, 18. Yeah, probably right in there, and then chasing it up here. All right. Any way to implement a profit save for your own positions, either individually or all holdings? Would be nice to be able to click on a position and ask for a profit save if they give. Yeah, that would be a nice feature. I've been complaining about that for a long time, and it's because we need to work on our advanced exits in our brokerage, brokerage plus. What I do now is I put price alerts. I know it's cumbersome at time, but that's really the only way to do it if you're trading. So let's say that you're in the CGC and you're saying, well, if it breaks 19, I won't out. I'll just come in here and put a price alert, and that'll notify me if it does. If it does break down, I can just pull it up. That's the best thing I've found. Yeah, trailing stops. Trailing stops can be nice. I will say this: we do have them in our back tester, and I don't like them. I've done so much back testing over and over again, and I have found out that if I just let my stocks run the full time in force that I have, versus using a trailing stops, a lot of times they'll get you out of good trades. That doesn't mean, Debbie, that you don't need to protect your profits. Of course you do, but maybe just don't make it so tight to where you're getting out of good trades. Right? So, so the CG is a good example. What if somebody did a bar reversal on this one right here, and they had a nice little trade this morning, but they got out on these two red bars? I'm not saying, once again, I got a stock could roll over and it go back to your entry. You get out for a flat. I'm not saying do that, but maybe take half. And anyway, when you got this kind of volume, let it work for you, and don't keep your trailing stops too tight. Because I promise you this, and we see it with our Holly trades in our back office. Okay, these outperform so much better if you hold them all day versus getting out when Holly gets out. Now, I'm not saying ignore the stops. You need to when a stop is hit, you need to get out. But you'll find over time, if you study Holly, that the moderate profit is a lot more than the conservative profit. That's in the same way with human behavior. People, day traders, they're more interested in taking a 25 or 30 cent move versus, in this case, taking a $2 move. Okay, the best traders I know, and I know a few of them, are the ones that let these things go all day for them and don't get out for 25, 30 cent. And the best way to learn to do that is just learn how to take half off and then put a stop in, even if it's at your entry, and then take it off your screen. Okay, because nothing. It's almost like a losing trade if you take 50 cents out of a stock like this. You look at the end of the day and it's gone $3. Oh, I'm sorry. I was telling Fred you welcome. He said thank you very much for my thoughts on EKSO, and I was talking about the 1 minute volume, the 5 minute volume. There's no volume in this, so it's a very dangerous. Not only that, it's 6 million in float. These are the kind of things you can get hurt real quickly. It could drop 20, 25 cents in a matter of just a few seconds on you because there's really no volume supporting it. Everybody can hear me okay now? I think I bumped up against my desk and it clicked my mute button, my hard mute. All right, looks like I got about another 15 minutes, so let's see if I missed anything here. Okay, great. Yeah, I just accidentally bumped up against the desk here, and I think I hit the mute button. Let's take a look. Let me go ahead. Boy, it's pretty dull day, and we could see this, through Labor Day. So that's why it's wise to find the stocks that are moving. Yeah, but look here. Get that single stock window I shared with you, and be sure to pay a look at that float. Boy, that's like that's hardly any. That could get very dangerous, or it could rip to $20 in 3 days too. But you got to be careful. All right, guys. Let's see. About 10 more minutes here. Some great questions today. Yeah. Not a lot of movement in the overall market, and the volumes are down. Which let's take a look at the earnings. I got a little earnings window. See which stocks are moving on earnings. Earnings watcher, I call it. Just a real, and I'll share this uh, here in a minute. But it's just a way for you to keep track of stocks that had earnings. Kind of a big gap up there and slopping around. Gap and crap on that one. Well, the stocks that are up on the day really they had a movement there in the early morning, but that's about it on that. Let's look at the ones getting beat up. Ooh, that was a nice little short there. If you caught it, maybe they had a conference call that started right there. Yeah, actually, some of the shorts had better follow through as far as opportunity goes than the longs did this morning. All right. Just for a refresher, what specific attributes do you look for on your pullback above 50 SMA? I do realize it is somewhat self-explanatory. I like to catch them. Let me see if I can find a good example. Uh, I like to catch them when there's been like a consistent kind of a orchestrated pullback. I had one earlier. Yeah, like this, I need, this tells me nothing right here. You had 2 days, although you did have buyers, strong both days, so that could be a possible candidate. Definitely buyers in that. But I like well, if that wasn't an ADR, that would be a good example. I kind of like a nice little slope, of down days and then a green bar. Yeah, I don't like that stock. There's a pretty good example. I'm not saying this is something I would definitely trade, but that's kind of what I'm looking for. Nice tail. Nice orchestrated pullback over 4 or 5 days. Had a nice little inside bar that been bouncing off its 50-day moving average, and this may be one that I would mark up. If this was the close of day, now it may go off today if it goes back to highs, but if it doesn't and it closes like this, maybe tomorrow if it goes through. Uh, I would prefer this high would have taken out this high over here. This has kind of been in a range. So this is not a great example as far as how I would like the daily to look. I would like it to be sloping more, and this high would be higher than that high over there. Let's see if I can find another example. Too tight. I'm getting a lot of ADRs in here. Yeah, it's horrible. See if anything else pops up in there. But I think you know what I'm talking about. I tell you one that did not work out that looked pretty good at the time was IBM. But once again, I would prefer. But this was a nice pullback. Now, if I'd put a alert right here, and it takes out that high, maybe this had earnings on this day right here, got slammed, and now it's kind of pulled back, put in a bullish bar yesterday, but not. This is why I wait for it to reverse. Now, had I bought it yesterday off this 10-period moving average, closed near highs, I'd have been all happy, but the stock didn't reverse. Today, it didn't take out that high. This is why a key attribute is taking out that setup bar high. And this is why I don't like taking them the day I see them. Yeah, that's probably the best example. I'm just not seeing a whole lot. It works best when you've had a nice little 3-day pullback, in the market. Trying to think on one that I've seen recently. Amazon was actually a pretty good one. Now, it had a beautiful move. It was on this day right here. So this is a great example. Okay, stock strong, hits all-time highs, sells off, puts in a bullish bar right here. Well, I would have marked it up. You can see my alert went off right there. Didn't happen on this day, but this day right here had a beautiful move. Trying to think of another example of one I actually traded. Gosh, what was that? It was on the same day too. Had a nice little 3-day move after that. I can't remember though. But there's your best example right there. Stock recently hitting it doesn't have to be an all-time high, but maybe a 6-month high, yearly high, and then pulls back for 3 or 4 days, and then puts in a kind of a bullish. In this case, was a spinning top, but it was still coming through my alert here. And a lot of times you're at the mercy of the market. You can see here it had a nice move, but no follow through. But let's look what the Qs, let's look what the Qs did on this day. Same thing, and then it got slammed. So a lot of times you're just at the mercy of the market on these, on any trade. All right, Debbie, I'd like to color code change percent from the open on earnings plays. Often comes up with some good fades. Yeah, that's color coding is good. If you guys want to learn more about that, Jamie covers it good in TI University 401 that you can find on our YouTube channel. I'm not the best when it comes to color coding. I did do this 5-minute volume here in my Master Blaster, and basically all you do is come in here, you click on that, and you create breakpoints. Like here, in my current scheme, I got 500,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. So that's my color scheme for 5-minute volume. Okay, if it's above 500, it's going to be white. Above 1,000, it's going to be yellow, and you can see it goes down like that. So basically, go watch that video. You got to put in breakpoints in here. You stick them in there, and you put in your breakpoints like 5,000, and you can add, and throws in another one for you. And then you can do the color coding with this. But anyway, go watch that video. Don't get me teaching you how to do that. But it's nice to be able to look at these, because sometimes it's just hard to see, make out the numbers when they're all the same colors. But if you see these right here, you see something dark brown, it's doing extreme volume there. CGC still looks like it's getting a little bit tired up here, but we'll see. All right, guys, got about 3 or 4 more minutes. Can you share the pullback? You know what, Jeff? Jeff, it's in, just go to the Trader's Vault, and it will be in there. I'll go ahead and save it since I have a little bit of time here. Drop it in there. But yeah, always go look in those. We have our best ones in there, but I'll go ahead and save it for you here. Pull back above 50. All right. SPY trying to get a little bounce. All right. Barry says he's streaming now, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and send you back to. It looks like all the questions got answered. I'm going to send you back to Barry. Guys, thank you very much. Appreciate all the good questions, all the good comments, and you guys have a great day.
Yeah, boy, a lot of people are snapping those up then. When I first looked, I think there were 65,000, then was 48,000. So yeah, they've been snapped up. Those shorts have been snapped up. All right. Shall I feed my hungry cat or not? Okay. BCOV, Bright Cove. So the next low looking left is just under 10. This is. Meanwhile, is there any specific news about CGC, or is it just people kind of warming up to the sector? Canopy Growth launches online CBD store. That was after hours yesterday, so that was the news. That was news about CGC. For the U.S. market, okay. Meanwhile, INSG in mini rip mode now. Look at the volume coming in, guys. Almost the biggest volume of the day. The opening that 10-minute candle, 10 o'clock, 15-minute candle. I'll bet, what the time is it? 58. A couple of minutes for this to close. This will probably be bigger than that 10 o'clock candle. Look at the volume coming in. INSG. All right, I'm back in the YouTube feed. I know Andy did a great job in that hour that he was there. So guys, yeah, look at that INSG. Look at the volume. I'm just talking to the people on YouTube now too, but look at the volume that has come into INSG. I don't know very much about this company. Communications, okay. Where are they out of? They are out of, okay, San Diego. This is looking left now on that weekly chart, challenging that high. 1288, so it's just almost there. And then if it takes that out, I mean, then you look left on that monthly chart, way up here at 15. This could be an interesting one tomorrow. I mean, look at this daily chart. Look at the volume. That daily chart. I'm not sure there is. I mean, I think we only have a couple of sector channels, I think. I'm not sure if there's actually like a heat map, but you can try. I mean, there are only a couple you can try. So sector status is 1. I think the ETF focus is just the big 9 of them. So maybe try. I mean, there's only sector status is the only one that I can see as a channel. So maybe click on that and you might be able to see. Well, I just look at my pre-market gappers up and down. Well, my 2 top lists and the 2 gap. That's what I look at. I mean, I've got my spider sector list, but I mean that's not a heat map though. The gappers though has really nothing to do with the sectors. I mean, you may see a bunch of stocks that are gapping up in the same sector, but you know that could be just a coincidence. Okay, guys. Well, AFA, another cannabis play, trying to join the party. Yeah, so everything is in here, Stan, okay? Right there, either scans is here, or if you click on the room drive icon. And then scans that I share download, okay? And those two, that link, the no repeat will be there. All right, guys, time for me to do my little video. So what time is it? 1:02. I should be back by no later than, let's say, 1:25. So let me just put that in here. And today's Tuesday, so yes, there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. All right, guys, so I'll put myself on mute in the YouTube feed and here, and we'll see you at about All right, guys, I'm back. Well, you can make a large cap scanner, Rob. I mean, you can take any one of these, the basic new highs and lows, and anything that I am sharing, anything I'm sharing, you can turn it into a large cap scanner. All you have to do is add the filter and maybe a different price range. So for instance, the basic new highs and lows as an example. So if you wanted to turn this into, whoops, let me get rid of the, all you have to do, market cap, whoops. Okay, market cap, all right, dollars, add the filter. So whatever you would consider is the minimum, all right, just put it in here. Number one. And then you could, you probably want to change the price range. So I mean, it's easy enough to build. So when you say we need, you can do it. Rob, you can do it. That makes sense? Real, you have done a few things. I thought, I know I was a worm farmer in a past life, but so far now I know that you were a programmer slash web developer and you were in real estate. And all of this in the last 6 or 7 days and two things I never knew about you. We ought to compare notes one day. I don't know. I want to see it come back up to maybe these levels here. I mean, that's a pretty big sell-off. Now, granted, it was on fairly low volume. It's not like there was well, that volume right there. I mean, that was, well, I shouldn't say that. The volume, these two volume bars really started it down. Oh, you caught it right at the bottom. Ha! No, that's not me. I rarely do that. I'm a lot of things, but definitely not a good bottom fisher. Now this one, I'm not in this one at all anymore, but that one, that's a 3 bar pullback on the fives. 1127 would have been the trigger. CAPR. I guess not. The market tells you everything. Look at this. Yeah, look at the volume coming in. I didn't know there was a presentation. Look at this volume coming in and just getting slapped, like a little bit like Rosetta Stone. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, it's interesting the news that can drive a stock down. I mean, I didn't even realize they were having a presentation, but all right, FRTA for Terra. What a nice break here. It is an earnings play, July 27th, so post market, so after hours. A little bit of reaction, not much. And now coming right into some resistance perhaps. You can see, I mean, there's the high right there, 1542, high 1542. It's amazing. So, and what's the high today? 1556. So it did pop a little bit. So if it can clear these two highs right there, which are exactly 1542, then you can start looking left and seeing what could possibly happen. So I'm sticking alert at the high of the day around 1554 and see if it takes it out. And it is an earnings play. Not very. It's a low float, 18 million in the float. Not huge volume, but three times normal, 3.75 times normal. So good spread, 2-cent spread. So let's do this. Let's take a conditional order. Show you how you do that. So let's I'll go 300 shares. 300 shares. This is in the simulator. FRTA. Show you how you can do this. So let's take it at 1554, 1553, say. Going to buy it. And so right there is a conditional order that has been placed. You can see it right on the chart. So if this stock happens to get up to 1553, it'll take the order. I can put a stop in. As we learned yesterday, though, the stop turns into an order. Okay, so you just have to be aware of that. But I can put the stop in the same way. So let me just do that. And the stop, say we're way at the bottom here, or right there. We'll put it right there, 1528. And then I sell. Okay, so here we go. So we're bracketed now, all right? So if the stock hits 1553, it's going to take the order. And hopefully, I want to see if that stop remains. I have to see that. I haven't tried this before, so we'll see if that stop hopefully remains. If not, just have to re-input it. Of course, I can move these wherever I want. If I want to take the order right now, I would just drop it. But that's how you can put so, for those of you who, well, like myself, maybe wanted to see a certain higher level taken out or a pullback play. A lot of you might say, you know what, if it pulls back to this price, I want to take the trade. Well, I would say today, the previous 3 days for me were very slow. I would say today, for me personally, was not a slow day. And it is now 1:30, so you know what that means. Let's clear this. And okay, CRGP. Now, is there room? You know, there's a little bit of room, but not much. There's a little bit. You know, it's at 107 right now. You look at the weekly chart, it may have a chance to get into this 120 area. So, I mean, look, if you could get it at 107, if it got to 127, that'd be excellent. But it's not, it just has, for me, it just has too much resistance. Talked about the CAPR on that 3-bar pullback. My specialty, as Real is spitting out his coffee. Right there, so the trigger would have been about 11:30. So Larissa, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I don't know if you ever watch my videos, but today is your first shout out of hopefully many. I actually should do a shout out a day. I just kind of forget. You know what might be setting up is FMCI. FMCI. Just a little bit underneath that whole number, just trying to curl. What did it get up to today? Wow. Oh, okay, that's not actually that far. 1628, so it's at 1595 right now. Get some volume, just get a big volume push. Yeah, actually 1.8 million at Interactive Brokers. You miserable. I'm looking to go long, William. It's actually a red. I'm just kidding. You do what you want, of course. Red bar ignored too. Red bar ignored. Real narrow body right there on the 15-minute for FMCI. But I want volume to push it. Without volume, it's sort of an obvious statement, but without volume, there's no enthusiasm. So even though you might look at it looks like a nice little candle, but if without any volume, you need the volume to keep it going. One moment, please. Well, FMCI is one of those, of course, that you're either going to be a believer or not. I'm not talking about right now. Widespread? I see a penny right now. Maybe it widens from time to time, but right now it's only a penny, so can't get any better than that. But you're either going to be a believer in this, that they're going to actually merge with Tattooed Chef. I mean, that's the plan, supposedly in September. Tattooed Chef came out with financials yesterday, look pretty good. Arguably, you could wait for a 20 break, if you ever really wanted to swing this, arguably. I mean, if it's going to be as good as some say, it's going to be the Beyond Meat. Meanwhile, and look at the volume coming into CAPR. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on a couple of other things here. Taking a look at the OMI. I kind of missed it. I was waiting for the break today. No, there it was, in fact. I just missed it. 1622. Sugar. I missed that break. I was very interested in the OMI. I just missed it. 1622, 1667 now. But it has happened early and then it pulled back. I think that's why. I had to keep watching that. Second time, second break. So a little bit of a divergence now in the market. A little bit of one. SPY is just sneaking positive. Dow is down. Nas is down. Well, Mr. Rosetta is getting me interested in it again. I'd like to know why that happened. It's not just profit taking. Well, I guess it could be, but this wasn't easy at the beginning. I mean, this was a very spready one. That's RST. Woo! Yeah, no kidding. I've got shorts. 58,000 shorts available. Wow, look, yeah, look at this move for CLSK. I'll lend you some of mine now, William, for a small fee. Well, I mean, looking at this weekly chart, I mean, yeah, it's had a great few weeks. $7 would looks like it would really stall it. Look at the volume. Ooh, there's a nice big nail. Yeah, I probably, if it takes out six again, maybe I would, but I'd be a little, with that volume. Pretty reasonable too. I mean, had the big drop on earnings, kind of base, little pop, little pullback, and yeah, it's been pretty reasonable. But I love, yeah, the CAPR though. That is the one. Okay, I'm going to have to watch this FMCI. Just want some volume. Time is at 1:44, so this candle will close in a minute. Just need some volume. I missed it. Yeah, the volume wasn't. It wasn't. incredible, but I decided I wanted to take this. I just missed it. Well, I missed the entry I wanted. FMCI. Let's see if it pulls back at all. If it takes out that high, I think it's gonna have a little run again. Oh, good. Just looking at some emails, guys. Even here at 1170, which you would have thought was really, really late for the for CAPR. Okay, so for CJC 1959, I'm sticking an alert up in that area around 1950. See if it takes it out later on. Okay, FMCI pulled back. Now let's see if it how strongly it holds over 16. Now there's volume. See, now there's some volume on that 5 minute. So was there an interview? Is that why I dropped? Excuse me, is that why I dropped RST? Moral of the story, do not do interviews when you're in an uptrend. Just this one still has room. Keep an eye on this OMMI if it breaks out on volume. I mean, it's just kind of resting up here in this area. Not OMII, OMI. Still has some room. You would think a lot of resistance around 19. Excuse me. So 1660. So if we get a break on volume, this could have a nice little run again, OMI. Oh man. So FMCI touched the high of the day right there, touched it. Now it's dropped down, so I might have to forget about it for a while anyway. Yeah, somebody from the YouTube feed, Asia, bringing up taste, TAST. Has some room. Looking on that weekly chart, all the way to 7. Not saying it's going to get there, but nice little break on the couple of days this week. Nice break. I think he bought it at 25. I think that's what he said. He bought it at 25. Somebody bought it at 25 on the bounce. Maybe it wasn't you, Banff. He might have. Somebody bought it at 25, and they. It was Rick D. Sorry, it was Rick D. What do I think of BLX? Haven't seen that one. Banco Latino Americano. Okay, well, lots of volume today. Interesting. A lot of volume today. It doesn't trade very much typically, but a lot of volume today. On a weekly chart, still has some room. Is there some specific news for it? So, excuse me, second quarter earnings snapshot. So I see. So it actually is an earnings play, July 28th pre-market. Okay. So release earnings pre-market, really no reaction, but it's had a nice little run. So I mean, I wouldn't be buying it now, but maybe a second day continuation on earnings. You never know. It has room. Just waiting for some to start appearing in these two windows here. Yeah, Rosetta Stone's starting to stir a little here. I mean, not a little. I mean, obviously it had a nice bounce, but let's see how well it bases. This is where I took it originally, 27, 24, 29, sorry. Here's a little earning. Wow, look at this one. Little earnings play. How much volume? Not very much volume. Doesn't trade very much. Low float. Look at the room it has. Actually, it looks only 50 cents to that level. The Hun is an earnings play. Pretty big level for it to try to hold. 1880 or so. Interesting day. I mean, it looked positive to begin with. Now it's gone negative, but this is the area. I mean, if it takes out 1880, look out below. HUN, that is it's an earnings play. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement here. I will be in a marketing meeting, so I'll put myself on mute. So I am here. Can answer questions text-wise, just not audio. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm really watching this canopy growth, CGC, to see if it can take out that 19, what was the trigger at? 1959 with some force, some volume coming in. Just want to see. I mean, it's resting beautifully just underneath that 1950. So just watch it to see if you get some volume coming in. FMOS. Let me, okay. Okay, so yeah, you can download trade ideas to as many devices as you want. You can only have it open one device at a time. All right, number one. First of all, are you still listening to me? Can you hear me before I keep going? Okay. Now, if you have the app, like, the app with the toolbar and all that, you have multiple monitors. So is your question, can you display windows on different monitors easily? Is that your question? Okay, so for instance, the monitor you see, I've got three monitors. So the monitor that you see, the one I'm displaying, obviously you can see that my trade ideas windows as I have them arranged, but I also have other trade ideas windows and other monitors. So here's what you do. So you take your, and this is for anybody with multiple monitors, and it is using the app, not the web-based version. So basically take your toolbar and stick it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as being your main monitor. Get all your windows as you want them on your main monitor. Put them exactly where you want them on your other monitors. Once you've done that, then click on Tools and Options, Tools, Options, and then where it says Layouts, click on Layouts, and then where it says Loading Layouts, just check that, Open Relative to Main Window. Check that and save it. Then when you shut down Trade Ideas, you always save your work, save your layout. You can even do File Exit, Save Layout, yes. When you reload Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them on all your monitors. So hopefully that helps. Hi, Goods. Is this the official Trade Ideas YouTube account? I guess so. It's our YouTube channel, if that's what you mean. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm really waiting on, oh, there's XBER also showing up here. Very extended, though. Too bad. Very extended. Cannot take that one. Yeah, when I looked at it, when somebody was talking about it, I saw a lot of resistance right around here. So, but a tremendous move. Yeah, tremendous move. 37 million shares from 70, basically more than a double. 11 million in the float. Look at the relative volume, 1.96K. But I just think it's probably coming into a lot of resistance right around here. What's the news on it? They're staggering it then, Cam, because that came out a long time ago. They might be staggering the emails. If you're just seeing it, It actually, I saw it this morning about Citron. CGC, guys, is getting so close. Trigger was 59, 1959. No, it was in here way earlier too, but at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, because I got mine. I'm positive they stagger them. They're trying to get their. They don't want to get everybody in at once. Not that that worked. Well, you're right. I see it at 1:10 p.m. You're right. I thought it was a lot earlier. Sorry about that. I thought for sure it was a lot earlier that I saw it. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of biding my time with the CGC. Is the longer it holds underneath that 1950 or around 1950, then if you just get a big volume explosion. Look, it may not happen, but there's no harm in putting the price alert up here and just waiting to see if it happens. No, SYPR is not an AI alert. In fact, I have to say, the AI alerts today are among the most expensive I've seen. Not one under $20 today. Interesting. Not too many, no. Well, my trigger here was 1959. Didn't have to get to necessarily 1959, but 1957 or so. It may not happen. The only way I'll take this is if it pops through 1950. But what I want to see is some volume. Like I want to see a big volume bar. Doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Oh, well, I mean, MB, the question is what criteria for the AI alert to trigger? I mean, that's like, imagine if this were an AI strategy. It's not, but it's the same thing. So every AI strategy has a series of filters. and then a trigger of some sort, a new high, or some kind of a trigger. So I mean, every strategy has a lot of different filters, so they all have to be met. So there's not just one criteria. That makes sense? I don't see the boom. What am I missing? Unless you're talking, I mean, yeah, I'm just waiting to see if I can clear all this. Back this out a little bit. Yeah, you can see if it takes that out, I mean, it does have a chance to, do some real damage. I mean, it's already done incredible damage already, but what do they even do? And where are they? Louisville. Yeah, somebody asked about the Banco Latinoamericano earlier. I bet it has tacked on about $1 since then. It's got a great. I mean, this should be watched tomorrow, guys. I mean, in case it just has at least a second day continuation off earnings. It'll need that volume. It doesn't trade very much. Oh, there are many scans that would have picked up an SYPR. Somebody asked, like, how would I mean, it's got tremendous volume. It's a low float. Relative volume is incredibly high. Any new high of the day scan. Even if you wanted to wait for $1 break, you'd be getting this all. You would have got a right around here. Even if you waited for $1. But you're confusing. I mean, the AI is just it's a strategy with filters involved. For whatever reason, the strategies that made the cut today, maybe they were, maybe the price range was too low. I don't know. Out of the 50 strategies we have, I guarantee one of them would have picked up probably the SYPR, but that didn't obviously make the cut. This obviously did not have a second day continuation. Sohu. This was on my watch list just because of this potential to get up into the 20s, but All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of still maybe watching that FMCI. Been a little bit erratic. Okay, Acer may be a little interesting. I like to see it get over 4. Um, then you have to contend with probably 440 or so on that weekly chart. Yeah, there were very few AI trades today, MB. This one there was and they were fairly expensive. LW on a short 65.50, 63.64 now. IRDM on a long 25.58, 29.02 now. No, not a not what I would call an exhilarating day. So when you say the free trade idea scanner, you're talking about the demo version that's 15 minutes delayed, no charts, no brokerage plus. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, well, so you're 15 minutes delayed. You have no charts, no brokerage plus. It's not meant, to. It's just meant to just kind of show you the alerts and filters that you can have, how you can build them, build a top list window, an alert window. But I mean, it's well, with 15 minutes delayed, 15 or 20 minutes delayed, and no charts. I mean, there's a huge difference. I mean, if you're an intraday trader, I mean, it's useless. It's not meant to be. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, well, that's why it's free. I mean, if it weren't, if we had live data, the exchanges charges. Believe it or not, the exchanges charges for the data. So they charge for every user we have. We have a charge, of course, and they extract that from us. So we can offer the demo with not, as long as it's not live data. That's why even for our test drives, I mean, that's why we have to charge that $9. That goes right to the exchanges, because they don't care that we want to give away our product for free as a test drive. They don't care. There is a test drive. I don't know when it's going to be. They used to be every 3 months, like clockwork, but I don't think, there's talk there won't be one this year for the balance of the year. Okay, guys, look at this one. SBPH, big volume coming in. SBPH through the 200-day moving average. Lots and lots of room. SBPH. What the heck is happening with this one? Look at the volume, guys. The trigger at 221. Let's see if it holds. But more importantly, I mean, just look left. Look how much room there is. SBPH. It's a low float. Well, it's definitely an issue. If we had 4,000 last time sign up. What if we had 5 or 6 this time? Plus all the new subscribers that we have, added since April. And yeah, I mean, it's an issue. Would you make 2 cents? I'm going to tease you on that one. I'm just going to watch this one, see if it takes out that 230 again. I mean, this has got so much room here. Now, don't you go shorting it if I get in at 230-ish, okay? I'm kidding you, of course. You do what you want. Well, that XPER, even at 1834, I thought it would be too much of a chase, and it wasn't coming out of consolidation, so passed on it. But look at this. Continues to move. All right, guys. Well, I'll be shutting down the room at 3 o'clock. Unless there are questions, I'll always say later if there are questions. But so all I'm waiting for now, guys, I'm just waiting to see if CGC can take out that area again at that 1950-ish. I'm waiting on the SBPH. See if it has another surge. Purple Innovations. Boy, what a nice base here on the 15s. What the heck is... So this is, you know, I mean, I don't understand what was going on here. So I don't know if this was just a somebody taking over this symbol. I mean, this doesn't make sense at all, of course. Not trading. So even though... So, I mean, these look like all-time highs, sort of. So, I mean, it's really... Looks like this is an all-time high. Again, I don't know what happened here. If you're going to swing it, where are you going to put your stop? You talking about the Marlins? Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think that what they're trying to do, it'll be somewhat absurd, is just keep bringing people up from their farm system. And any team, you know, unless it's, you know, you get 10 teams with nobody left other than their farm team. That's what I think I'm hearing. So in other words, they'll expand. There will not be a roster minimum. Keep an eye on this SBPH, guys. I mean, just because of the room. Look at the room. When you look left on that weekly chart through the 200 day. I mean, if we start getting some more volume, get another volume bar like that. HMHC, I know some are talking about that one. Haven't seen that one for. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the reason it's not showing up here. The relative volume is not high enough. Oh man, I did not want to chase this one, but look at this XPER. So there was the alert 1834. I mean, not bad. 1869 now. This is what I would call, well, it's still got a little bit of room. Somebody mentioned a Comcast press release that they prevailed. Yeah, even this one, the only problem I have with this one, I just think there's too much resistance about 10 cents away. Yeah, I think we talked about that the other day, NVAX. I remember those days too. I mean, even not that long ago, 450 right here. $3. Yeah, not that long ago. This year. Yeah. Well, every 100 years, I hope. Well, guys, I'm just stubbornly going to wait on this one to see if it gets volume and just bursts through this area here. I'm talking about the SBPH. Amazon. When do they release? Post-market on the 30th, okay? $3,000. Okay, guys, I mean, CGC is definitely basing not too badly here. Need volume. I won't touch this unless I get a big volume bar. I mean, it's already up, almost 15%. But it still has room. I mean, you just look left on the daily chart. I mean, the next high looking left is 22.23. It's almost $3 away. So I mean, there still is room. I'm very interested to see what happens with this one tomorrow, to see if it can have any sort of sustained move, or is it just going to be another one-day wonder? Probably around 1:30. I'm sorry, 2:30. 2:30. If it takes it out. If it doesn't take it out, I have an alert set for right around that area. It's making higher lows, have some worrisome topping tails, but that can be taken care of if we get volume that just pops right through it. Now, CGC, guys, is getting awfully close. Because I know what Rill would say. He'd say, you're way outside the Bollinger Bands for SBPH. On the 15-minute anyway. Okay. Well, I didn't like the spread, but I'm in at 32. Did not like the spread. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. I need that bid to catch up. I need more volume too. Need more volume. Just need that bid to catch up to that ask. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up so I can concentrate on this. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll open the room at 9 o'clock. All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.